Oh, don't redeem anything. Shut up. I don't have Firebot open. No sounds. Maddie, you get first. Stop it. No! It will take a second. Stop redeeming things. Why is it not opening? I forget sometimes. Red. Takes so long to open now, too. Hold on. Firebot is not opening. Why is it not opening? Bye, Stoic. Too bad. No refunds. I told you to stop. You kept on going. I have not streamed in a bit. Because of the NFL draft and friends I had coming over and making paint. So it's been a little bit. It was last Wednesday when I last streamed. Okay, sound redeems work. Son of a bitch! Oh, that just happened. Had Rain Bukkake. What the fuck are you talking about? Paint making's going fine. You know, learning about the yields of the pigments. Like, I did Pyrrole Orange yesterday, and $66 worth of pigment made 5 tubes. 5.5 tubes. What are you talking about, Greenbag? That's paint. It's performance art, according to Rudy. I just think he's stupid. So, learning about that. Some paints yield better, some paints yield worse than expected. Then trying to balance out my supply, or how many should I make. And just like the cleanup and stuff like that. It's not like super hard work, but it's a lot of time. It's a lot of, like, there's tedium. Especially when I'm just trying to build stock. Jesus Christ, Todd! I have to make, like, labels, you know, for everything, Maddie. So, like, I have to... You know, like, if you saw the tubes, I'm putting, like, the paint color on the labels. So I have to make sure I do those, and then I have to make sure they're dry. There's just, like, a lot of steps involved in all this. That's what this paint that you're seeing me clean up now is from. Was from making labels for Pyrrole Orange. Yeah, it's about 4 hours regardless of amount. Well, you know, not like, okay, so for example, this is a quinacridone magenta tube. Filling these up took quite a while because the paint is, like, really sticky and, like, fluffy, and it was hard to kind of, like, get these in the tube. Like, getting them in the tube manually is quite a bit of a waste of time at the moment, because it probably takes, like, depending on how many tubes, can take about 45 minutes. Because I'm doing it by hand. I don't have a way to, like, automate this at the moment without either machine or... I have some ideas for, like, other concepts. Oh, yeah, I wanted to add oil to that. That's just a lot of work. I did 2 batches on Saturday and 2 batches on Sunday. And then like if I'm like, you know, and I spent like extra time doing the labels, preparing labels, so it's just like, I don't know, like 10 hours of work each day. I still have one more color to do for the full palette. I have to do lead white. I have to do a big batch of lead white. My plan is to do that tomorrow and then get them listed. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with those labels too. Because I should put some type of warning on those labels. So I might just look up what other companies put on their like lead labels and copy it. So yeah. Everything is awesome. And then I have to figure out, like, I probably should create its own socials. And then I probably should create a website for it in some capacity. But so much to do and so little time. Well, I technically don't have little time. I just want to get it selling. Okay. And I need to like continue to paint and stream and stuff, so can't forget that. This is tight too. Well, I appreciate it, Maddie. I certainly do. Exactly, Stoic. But, Maddie, the full 24 by 24, Shasta. 24 by 24. Oh, fuck. Plus, my shoulder and elbow are sore for some goddamn reason. This, on my fucking right arm. 24 by 24. I am just in a wonderful mood. Big square, yep. And then ordering a ton of pigments. Phthalo blue did not yield like I wish it would. Phthalo blue yield, big disappointment. I thought it would produce a lot more paint per pigment. Same with quinacridone, actually. They made less paint than I expected for the amount of pigment I used. Even with chalk, yeah. It was roughly $35 worth of pigment, Maddie. Made 5 tubes. Like 5.5 tubes. It was all that I had to. So I ordered more of the more expensive kind, while the other one that is on back order, you know, is coming. And then Pyrrole Orange was a disappointing yield as well. Quinacridone, Phthalo Blue, and Pyrrole Orange were all disappointing yields. I wish, because I would like to make those paints cheaper than I'm going to have to make them. Like, I don't know why it's taking me a while to figure out what paints I'm trying to find. Yeah, because Pyrrole Orange is actually the most expensive by material. At the moment, it's like $16 of material, or $17 of material just to make a tube. Not accounting with my time. I need yellow and ultramarine. And I wanted to add Pyrrole Orange to watercolors. But I'd like to find a more reliable cost of it. is buying like there wasn't a big price drop off at 1 kilogram for it, and 1 kilogram places are charging like $460. There it is. Okay. All right. Our palette for today is... I know I usually don't tell you what paints I'm using, but I decided I'm gonna do it today because I'm feeling generous. So generous. We have titanium white, lead white. This is bismuth vanadate yellow medium. Apparently I had another tube of that. Pyrrole scarlet, ultramarine blue, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, and Blue Ridge burnt umber. I know, rare treat, Maddie. But Maddie, this palette, all of them except for this lead white, which I'm almost out of. Son of a bitch! Too bad, lost. No refunds ever. But this should be this palette should be available on Wednesday, everybody. On Wednesday, this should be available. I'm gonna make the lead white tomorrow, and everything else is made. Unfortunately, I'm only gonna have at most 5 sets of this available because of the phthalo blue. But still 5 sets. Well, actually maybe only have 2 full sets for sale. If Maddie, if you planned on getting them, and I have 2 others that are supposedly on reserve. So 2 of the full sets. But we have more of the smaller sets. We're all I also have ivory black and yellow ochre on the way sometime after that. Well, then we're gonna have 2 sets for sale. Maddie, I'll reserve one for you. So I won't put that apart as my stock yet. Now I do have more phthalo blue coming, so the full set will, like, I think the phthalo blue will be in by the end of this week. So I can make that when it comes in. I'll be able to make probably 10 tubes for what I bought. Maybe 11. So, but just for the instantaneous, I guess I could put more because I do have 1 to 6 days for shipping. Well, thank you, Maddie. Now, I am also going to list the Pyrrole Orange for sale. If any of you are buying this set, I'm going to make the Pyrrole Scarlet interchangeable with Pyrrole Red. Okay? So you could pick either Pyrrole Red or Pyrrole Scarlet for your red here. If you do intend to get Pyrrole Orange in addition, then get Pyrrole Red instead of Pyrrole Scarlet. If you don't plan on getting Pyrrole Orange, get Pyrrole Scarlet. So the reason why I use Pyrrole Scarlet in this palette instead of Pyrrole Red is it makes a better orange. But if I were to bring out Pyrrole Orange for a sesh, I would probably switch this to Pyrrole Red. Yeah, Maddie, the thing is, it's gonna be as of right now, it has to be my most expensive paint. It's probably gonna be $29-ish. Maybe 30. I know that's a lot of money. Hi, Cheese. Yeah. I'd probably recommend that. I'd honestly, Maddie, recommend you just go with the. It's a like so, Maddie. The only time I bring out Pyrrole Orange, the only time I've really needed it, or where it seemed useful, was for fires and neon, like a neon sign, like a fluorescent orange, or in flowers. But like in painting from life, the only time it really comes up is flowers. Yeah. So frankly, no dog is ever going to require that type of orange. It just won't happen. So Forever Pizza 2, thank you for the follow. It's like that, like it's kind of a luxury. You get what I'm saying, Maddie? The reason why I'm offering it is because Pyrrole Orange is a great pigment. I mean, but this Pyrrole Scarlet makes a fantastic orange as well. Pyrrole Scarlet and Lemon Yellow make a fantastic orange. So, like, the only reason, like, why you see me, like, why don't I have Pyrrole Orange on my palette? Well, it's because it's not neat. It's so rarely needed that it's a side thing, but when it is needed, it can be useful. But like I said, for me, it's just basically it only comes up with flowers. Now, one thing that I have been noticing with my paints is that they're thick, Addie. They are thick. Most likely a lot thicker than what you're used to. So yeah, mediums, for most people, you're going to need to use mediums. Yeah. But what that means is a lot of this paint will go a lot farther. You know, than than what you might be accustomed to. I might offer Impasto Medium 2 in the future. Clogging your brushes? I don't know what you mean clogging your brushes. Can you, what do you mean by that? Are you using what mediums are you using, and what type of brushes are you using when that happens? So Maddie, it's probably because the brush is too soft. Send me a pic though. I'll take a look. I'm guessing that the brushes are too soft. So the reason why I use bristle brushes, Maddie, because I even use it when I'm just using oil, is because it can move around the paint. It can move it around. So I used to hate bristle brushes because when I use solvent and bristle brushes don't work well together. They move it around too much, and solvent, you know, doesn't need that, right? So this is a function of most likely of your brushes not being sturdy enough. Yeah, so you won't feel... Okay, yeah. Okay, Maddie, it's just because you're using Tacklon. So, Maddie, I could not paint like how I paint with any non-bristle brush. I couldn't do it. It would, like, the brush would, like, move, like, would bend, and would get only a little paint on the brush because it physically can't move this shit around. That's why you use brush. So what I would recommend for you, well, I recommend it for anybody who's trying to kind of emulate my approach of just using linseed oil and oleo gel. Just use bristle brushes the entire time. You have no reason to use synthetic soft brushes. Synthetic bristles perfectly fine. But you won't be able to like do much without bristle or the hardness and firmness of bristle. There's cheap there's just as cheap synthetic, Todd. There's just as cheap synthetic, I promise you. However, if you're painting like me with just linseed oil and oleo gel or gel, all you need is bristle. All you need is bristle. Yeah, just, you know, try out some cheap ones, Maddie. Try out some cheaper bristle before you buy anything nicer. Like, go on Amazon, buy a $6 set of bristle. Okay? You know, and just see if that fixes your issue slightly. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I am not a proponent of investing heavily into brushes. Obviously, you'll like some brushes more than others. I learned once I started painting thicker that I can't use soft brushes at all. Basically, if you're not using solvent, or you're not like solvent, and I'm including like things like liquid and things like that in your painting, soft brushes provide very little to no like ability to paint. Yeah, just test out to see if that fixes your issue, Maddie. Next time you paint, and then if you see if that one honestly good value for the brushes is Rosemary & Co. for bristle, and they have quite a bit of a selection for the shape and sizes that you want. So I've actually had pretty good experiences with their stuff overall. And they're not, well, at least like a year ago, they weren't like tremendously expensive. Hold on, I need to grab a little bit of oil. Yeah, I can't. I've never used them, Drez. I've only used their bristle, and like I in miniature painting, the quality of your brushes does matter quite a bit. So I'm not vouching for their stuff outside of their bristle. All right, how many tries to open up the Child Lock oil, everybody? How many tries for an oily point? Hi, Fugu. How you doing, bud? 2 from Fugu, 2 from Shasta, 1 from Maddie, 87,000 from Todd the Wraith. You're locked in on that. 2 from Drez, 3 from Stoic Booty. Not that much. Hope you're well. Hope you're watercoloring up a storm. I just shipped out 3 watercolor sets today and a I shipped my first oil painting set to Omizu today. All right. Any other guesses? Any other guesses? To see if I can open up this Child Lock on this oil. I did it in 1 last time. 1 from Cheese. Cheese. Hope you're well. All right. Power grip. Get the power grip on this son of a bitch. And you go, 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, got it. Oh, God, am I strong. Oh, I'm so toxically masculine. That's one. The ones have it. Cheese and Maddie. Get a point. Also, we owe Maddie a point for first. Fantastic, Fugu. I'm sorry to hear about your dad. I hope everything's going well. Maddie is owed 2 points and Cheese is owed 1. Thank you, Shasta. Goddamn right it does, Maddie. Oh, that is filled to the top. Good value, I guess. I needed to put some in here. That's good. Good to hear. Good to hear, Fugu. Okay. Good enough. Look at this perfectly kept brush, everybody. As you know, I treat my brushes fantastically. As everyone should. I take them to professionals to get clean. And as you can see, this is why I paint so fantastically. Well, this was from the last painting I used this one on. And so this for the background. Obviously, there's some sludge on it too, but a lot of that is just paint from the last session. All right. Thank you, Stoic. Like I said, I take a lot of pride. I take a lot of pride in how I care for my brushes. I think everyone should. Because, you know, frankly, if you have wonderful materials, you will become the next Van Gogh. You know, you'll become the next Rembrandt. If you just have the best paint, the best brushes, use the most... I mean, what I mean by best is the most expensive, mind you. What I mean by best is the most expensive of all those things. You will become a master that is in museums. That's why I advocate for it. Oh my God, Jamboree. Get oiled. Jamboree, your watercolors are in the mail. Unfortunately, your black spot was not dry enough to send as well. It really is, Stoic. So, I mean, obviously, I just whore myself out to pay for everything. You know, I obviously using the most expensive stuff. You're welcome, Jamboree. I appreciate your support. So, you know, you just gotta take advantage of lonely people. Alright, we ready to start painting, everybody? Now, let's get this up right now. Jamboree, I also included some complimentary bees, wasps, centipedes, and hornets. You're ready for something. Complimentary, of course. No charge. Obviously, you didn't even buy the paint, so. But everybody has uses for them. So. And there should be enough food in there to last them, for the entire shipping. Okay. Let's get started, huh? Got really hot here. I hate it. I hate hot weather. Why can't it be 50 degrees, 40 degrees? Yeah, it's true. I mean, the bees survive shipping a lot better in the spring and summer. Yeah, it's awful. I'm being a cheap bastard and not running my AC, so I'm just going to deal with the heat. Okay. So this is 24 by 24. Once again, got a square. Right. True. Well, I think it's just going to be Chinese tariffs, but that could hit pigments quite a bit, actually. I hope it doesn't hit pigments soon. It's a hell of a time to start a paint company, huh? Oh, hey, all my pigment costs increased by like 50%, so, sorry, everybody. And just jack up the price, yeah. I mean, we'll see. I have heard, Jamboree, that there are companies that do manufacture pigments outside of China. So hopefully that's the case. That the pigments I'm already getting are, are not going to be affected by that. But it depends on, well, so if they're manufactured in Europe and they, get the shit from China, it shouldn't affect prices because it's not like those tariffs are changing. Yeah, it's gonna be. It can be pretty. It's gonna be most likely pretty awful. But I do have a suspicion that they might not happen to the extent that is currently on the line. But what I'm telling you is you should all buy your badly made oil paints right now, okay? You should all buy it right now, okay? And beat the tariffs. Oh, wait, I should do... All right, time for some perfect center lines. Maybe too far to the right. All right, perfect. Perfect center lines. I know. I know I'm a prodigy at that. Thank you. Thank you, Snapback. I'm doing well. How you doing, bud? Why am I not remembering this? Why is my arm? Half day at work, but I'm here, so it's all good. Good to hear. Thank you for choosing this stream out of all streams. I know this is the best stream out there, so you're welcome for choosing this stream. Thank you, bud. So it usually takes, because I'm looking through, like I'm looking at my reference, right? Like this. These first, I'm trying to get important like anchor points to everything else. And then it goes a lot easier. Although I have to say I have you calling technique ago the other day. You're being called technique. What do you mean? Oh, gotcha. Well, this is just a basic grid, right? Like you just think of this as a basic grid. So here. So like the point is if you were looking at this, you could see if I was painting this on a square, right? You could line it up and you could see it like this. Does that make sense? So those are your center lines, and you can get better approximate proportions and locations of shit by looking at it through something like this, right? So it helps a lot with in-person painting, right? To have something like this versus like if you have it set up in like Photoshop and you could put the grid in there manually. I do advocate for not doing crosses all the time. On this one, I probably didn't need to do it like that, but because he's a vampire. True. All I did is I was going from A6 to A2. I mean, it depends on what you're going for. If you're going for hyper-realism snapback, then you might need a more extensive grid or physical measuring. But I'm also trying to train myself not to do those things. Are you working off of an electronic reference snapback? Are you or are you going from life? Electronic. Then I just grid it electronically. Unless if you're trying to avoid doing that. But if you're trying to be very fine with your proportions, honestly, there's no real way around it. Especially with something that's like as you like, because there's so much on the line. You have to do stuff that you can't necessarily take back. See, with oil paints, I could always just redo this, right? So what I'm just trying to do now is kind of get basic shapes and proportions, and then work it out at a later point. Yep, then I would just say do an electric grid. Be safe about it. Yeah. Well, this is why oil paint is easy. Yeah. Fucking glare. Acrylics don't, Maddie, for me, because you could paint over acrylics. Really, it's the luxury of being able to paint over something over and over and over again, Maddie, which you don't have with inks, you don't have with watercolors, you don't have with pencils to a certain extent. Oh, you do with pencils, but like you can't, since you have to rely on the transparency of the paper. There's more finality with the brush stroke. I mean, with the stroke of a pen or pencil or whatever. But with acrylics and oils, you could just go over it again, because your brightest is at the most going to be titanium white, right? So you could always just, you cannot lose that. You don't need the background of the canvas. Acrylics are just extremely tedious to me. I don't like the quick drying time. It makes mixing tougher. You have transparency and opaqueness issues because there's so much less pigment in acrylic paints that you'll generally have to do a lot of layers and other horse shit like that. That really takes it out of a more of a level of technical tedium that I don't enjoy. They can, but they don't have to, Maddie. If you wanted to paint ultra smooth, you could use acrylics to do so just as effectively as oils. But the biggest issue with acrylics is that they dry matte. With regards to painting like this, you don't want matte drying for realism. Don't want it. You're goddamn right, Stoic. Goddamn right. No, it really, in reality, though, Stoic is, in my opinion, oils are the most effective medium for a vast majority of things that you'd want to achieve with painting specifically. Because obviously, you're not going to do like comics, right, and stuff that type of stylized stuff. But for anything revolving realism or things that are just based around color, you really can't beat oils. They're just so much more dense than any other medium. Yep. Well, it does. Well, so do you? All right, Snapback. Do you know why it does that? Well, I'll say this: varnishes, even out the finish, right? This is why I always advocate for people to varnish, is because it is a tool to make your paintings look better. It also protects your paintings, right? Yeah. So when you really get into varnishing, you could choose specific varnishes to accentuate what you're doing, right? So, for example, if you paint very smoothly, okay, and it's a very dark painting, then you want very high gloss. The only thing you really care about is high gloss, okay? That will, and you'll do multiple layers, but you could pick the amount of gloss and like the light reflectiveness of it. So times where you might not want high gloss with a dark painting are for ones that have heavy impasto, because you have a lot of cast shadows. But what you could do is you could even that out with I forget the name of it. Fuck. There's varnishes that are self-leveling, so they'll help go on top of heavy textured surfaces to keep the shine even. And then you might pick a less glossy situation so you don't have light reflecting off of the texture on it as much, okay? But also, you don't want necessarily high gloss for very bright paintings, okay? So in this case, you'll pick one that doesn't have the light reflectance rate. It's probably refractive rate or something like that. But point being is there's choices for every situation that you can run into, and it's something to really investigate as a method, once again, as a method of making your paintings look better, not just making them more archival and protected. Oh, good snapback. Well, what I advocate for snapback is really just okay. That's perfectly fine, Stoic. But this leads into a larger conversation, snapback, that I've had with people about the ethics of painting or creating physical products for people. Right? In my opinion, if you intend to sell products to people, you ought to take necessary measures to make sure your products are sturdy, unless they're not designed to be like that, right? So with painting, what does this mean, right? One chicken liver. Thank you for the follow. So why do I use the specific pigments I do? First and foremost, a disqualifying factor for pigments for me, regardless of any other factor, is if they're not archival. So what does non-archival for pigments means? One, does the color fade? A lot of pigments color fades. Very popular pigments color fades, aka alizarin crimson and Prussian blue, dioxazine purple. Do they affect how the painting will hold up, aka zinc white in oils, like zinc oxide? Then I go for colors. Well, sorry, there's other stability factors. Are they temperature fast? Are they environmentally safe? Like, will they react to stuff in the environment? Because there are paints that could react to sulfur. There are paints that could react to, like, acids and things like that. And ideally, you want to pick pigments that are very stable under most to all regular circumstances that you could expect. Okay, and then I think about color and other properties, right? So you'll notice all these pigments are very highly saturated in their colors, right? My worst pigment on here, and unfortunately my worst pigment that I use, is titanium white. Titanium white is not a very good pigment. The problem is we're fucking stuck with that choice and we have to make it work. Well, thank you, chicken liver. Did you bring Romaki for everybody? Thank you. Yeah, I love paint. I make all these paints. I sell paint. If you're into oil paints and watercolors, check out my fourth wall. I just started selling oil paints. I have my basic mixing palette for sale currently. Oh, I forgot to fucking do that. God damn it. God damn it. Thank you for the reminder. But so yeah, getting back on the discussion. Yeah, Snapback, I'm based out of, I'm outside of Chicago, Illinois. In the United States. So shipping, I could ship my oils to the UK for roughly $25. $25 to $30. It might be more if you order a ton of them. But I could ship to, well, actually most places worldwide for $25 to $30. In the United States, that price is like $8. Now, these paints, and hi, Alla. If I didn't say hi to you, I apologize. Hope you're well. Nice to see you. Sorry, getting back to that. So, I choose very saturated colored pigments, right? But I know that they're all incredibly stable. This is why I use a lot of modern pigments. Bismuth yellows, incredibly stable and light fast, saturated. Pyrrole red, or scarlet in this case, incredibly stable. This is used in the automotive industry. This is basically Ferrari red. Oh, of course. You know, whenever you want, it will be there. Ultramarine blue, synthetic, fairly stable, light fast. It has one possible stability issue with sulfur, but it's a rare occurrence in the environment. Quinacridone magenta, extremely stable, highly light fast, phthalo blue, burnt umber. Lead white is the single most archival paint you could use. Hi, Zach. It could be good. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see, Zach. But so I have I use paints. Now lead white also is a unique color. But it's it also happens to be the single lead white is the single most archival pigment you could use. None better. Oh my god! It will be. It will. That's just my little spiel. Like, I have a very opinionated stance on ethics of this area, and I wish it was something that more people, you know, talked about more. Oh my god, Jan! Son of a bitch! It is one of it's one of the greatest travesties in the universe that lead is toxic. It is single-handedly one of the greatest travesties that lead is toxic. And I'm saying this as a universal point. Lead is one of the most useful materials on this planet. And I'm talking from an engineering background as well. Like, do you all know why lead was used in water pipes? Do you all know why? It wasn't some like evil thing. There's a specific reason why lead was used in pipes. Fair point, Jan. Water resistant? No, it's it made everything so much easier to make. Like they add lead to materials and alloys because lead is extremely easy to machine. It's extremely easy to make stuff with lead. It's dense, it's durable, it doesn't corrode to like a lot of natural things. It's malleable. So adding like a percentage of lead into like aluminum or steel alloys makes them like 70% more easy to make. That's why lead was used in all these things. Why was lead an additive in gasoline? It had properties that benefited the gasoline. Why was it used in paints? Because it made the paint last longer. Like it made it dry quicker. It made it more stable. Like all these things. But yes, but unfortunately, it's extremely bad, especially for children. Much less risk as adults, but for developing brains, lead is horrible. Yeah. Oh my god, Busker Hikes! A raid! Oh my god! Welcome in. What do I owe this pleasure, Busker? That's your real name. Busker, give us those sweet, delicious links now. You've been animating? Good. Give us the links. You know the drill. If you don't want me to send my... If you don't want Dia to send her gang, the Gooners, after you, give us those links. I'm doing swell. Don't make Dia send her gang, the Gooners, after you. It's not pleasant for anybody involved. Let's consolidate a little bit. You know, you're the second person to say this, Jan. You're the second one to say this, and I don't get it. What is this bukkake that everybody's talking about? I don't know. Jan, why would you know? What is that, though? How would I know what that is? You heard it? Well, but what is it? Good. Everyone go check out Busker Hikes on YouTube or else. But explain it to the class. Subscribe, Busker. I just subscribed to your YouTube. But no, actually, I've always been subscribed to your. Thank you for the raid. That might need to be a little bit. Oh my god, stoic booty. Genji slang for bee's knees. Oh, is that what it means? Okay. Right, Shasta. God, that was funny, Shasta. Fucking red, super strong. I have no clue what you're talking about, Jan. Shasta, I might have to figure out how to do a glass bottom boat style painting. Might have to figure that one out. I'd like to thank the Academy. Oh my god. All right, good. Good, yeah, please inform me, Jan, what that is. Jan, I hope you're doing well though, bud. I know. It sucks. God, I hate hot weather. Gosh, so you got any good cow photos on the way? Oh, cool. I'll show it on stream, Jan, so everybody can know. Hold on. Let's see what Jan said. I could show it on stream, everybody. Before I even look at it. Oh my god! Jesus Christ, Jan. Why would you know what that is? Holy shit. Oh! Ew! What the hell? Oh my god! You should be ashamed. Alright, I knew what it was. Come on, I'm a pervert. I know what it is. Of course I know what it is. Oscar has protested. You're sick! That's exactly what I do. This username not exist. That's exactly what I do. I know, Maddie. That is true. Seems like it goes more yellow, huh? More yellow-green. Needs to be brighter, I think. I'll say this, the one thing about titanium white that is a huge benefit. There's one huge benefit to titanium white. Does anyone want to guess what that is? For an oily point. If somebody gets it right, I'll give you an oily point. What's titanium white's, outside of its color, what's its huge benefit? Easy to throw away? No. It doesn't oxidize? Most pigments don't oxidize. Tinting strength? No, not tinting strength. I personally like tinting strength because I find it a nice thing to use, but the tinting strength is not the specific thing. Yeah, but it does have a significant benefit. I have a feeling though anybody who uses my paints will be freaked out by how strong titanium white actually. Not white tits. Oh my god. Anybody else? Anybody else? For oily points. Nope. It doesn't have UV properties like that, Stoic. It's also in your toothpaste. It's in a lot of plastics. It's used in a lot of food products because of its essentially safety and non-toxic lack of toxicity. It's tasty. Nope. How dare you, Fox Girl? How dare you? Resistant to mold? Nope. That. Watercolors will mold though. And I've actually lost a binder that I made because of mold. I'm stumped. Anybody else? It is something obvious, Stoic. It is. It straight up is something obvious. But what is that to me? There it is. Fox Girl. Its opacity can be very useful. Especially in color mixing. Fox Girl, you get a point. Kilts. What are you talking about, kilts? Thank you, Shasta. Yippee! I am a kind streamer. No, you can't. No, you can't. Not a scam. You're the one who is slandering me. That's slander. That's slander. Yeah, you're talking about something not factual to my detriment. That is, or libel, whatever the difference between written and spoken is.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Absolutely not. Hi, Pickles. I could do a cheeseburger. I'm doing alright, Pickles. Tired. Little achy. Elbow and shoulder have been pissing me off. But fine otherwise. A lot of paint making. A lot of paint making. Paint on my leg. I will not. Those bears need to be chased. No, I think my shoulder, I'm pretty sure it's because I sleep on it oddly. And then my elbow, I think it's because I when I like doom scroll at night before I go to sleep, I think it like tightens it up. Gotcha. I'll take a look though. I'm always game for your cow pigs. What does a bamboo pillow do? Sponsor Sleep Number. No, I just like... It could be my sports history and then sleeping habits catching up to me. Blue's not the way to go. Yeah, it happens with my because I'll sleep on my stomach or my side, and if I sleep in the wrong position, it fucks with my shoulder. Which can be very frustrating. Well, I mean, you have to cut a hole through your bed, Jan. That's what I do. From all those watercolors, you just, like those documentaries, you just keep it in that hole the entire time. Like those medical documentaries. Do they? I might have to start selling those mattresses with the dong cutouts, though, for the sell with the watercolors. Maybe I'll have to sell those with the watercolors, huh? What do you think, Pickles? Yeah, exactly. I'll give Mattress Firm a call to see if they can make these mattresses for all my watercolor users. Anyone would be funny. It really would. What we're saying is we'll sell the mattresses with a cutout for the huge dongs you get from using my watercolors. Mattress Firm, yeah. Hi, Emmanuel. How you doing, bud? I have a feeling I made things. Don't forget the ball's true. Damn right, Emmanuel. I could, Stoic. More work on my plate, though. That scenario is very funny to me. You just buy that without telling them? Oh, honey, I bought watercolors, and I also bought this mattress that they say is necessary. Oh god, that would be funny. It's just like a line of them. That needs to come. Oh, it'd just be plastic. Matt Berry? Yeah, Matt Berry would do it. I kind of had an idea like that, like as like a skit, where it's like in the world, if like there was actually a pill that made guys' penises bigger by like an inch, right? Like a one-time use, but you get it an inch to your penis. That it would probably be the quickest selling, most expensive product in the world, regardless of how much it costs to make. And there'd be like lines, it'd be like Black Friday. Like if there just actually that existed, it would like a little bit. But I'm not bothered. People know what comes with watching this stream, all right? You don't think you could pull off a beret, Jan? I would like to work for a museum too. Well, you're gonna have to learn some French, huh? So the last time I went to the art museum, I asked like a one of like the security people there about where something was. I'm like, oh, I have no clue. And they're like, I don't like they're a person who overshares instantly. Like I don't even like art. I was at the Art Institute. Yeah, it is. I mean, a job's a job, though. Job's a job. Good, Maddie. Good. Embrace the impressionism wing. Oh, I thought so. I was talking your ear off a bit, though. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, some people appreciate that thought in itself, Maddie. And if people find pleasure and enjoyment from it, that's great. I don't. But I paint because I enjoy it, and the reasons I enjoy it don't, line up with a lot of modern work. That's why I don't enjoy it. But I respect the fact that people can. People like what they like. I'm not going to lose sleep over that. To a certain extent, Maddie, it's like getting mad at somebody for not liking the music you like, right? Every person in the world has the best taste in music ever. Yep. Yep. All right, we have a block, and I'm not going to bother blocking in the color, like the drippage, the drips and the hootenannies. We'll put those in on the next layer. Well, apparently there is some truth to that with Pollock. Apparently there literally is some like proof to the government propping up a lot of modern art as a method of like related to the Cold War specifically. Like trying to make America a progressive site and a beacon of art. That's more of a later phenomenon, Stoic. But yes, obviously that plays a factor too. But that is more of a modern phenomenon. Georgia on my mind. Georgia. Let's bring out some brushes. Okay. Good. My pristine brushes are out. My very well kept brushes, professionally cleaned. Oh, did you see? Oh, so you know what I'm talking about, Stoic. With Pollock and a lot of modern art. All right. We are going to take a break. We're going to take a brisk 5-minute break for the 5 S's or 6, depending on your time zone. Shit, shower, shave, snack, and sob. Okay? So we're going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to run ads again during those 5 minutes. And we'll see you after a mess. Oh, I need to look up. I need to check for Zima. I keep on forgetting to check for Zima at stores. All right, everybody. 5 minutes. Gonna run ads. We'll see you soon. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. We did it. We did it, everybody. Oh, thank you, Audinette. We've done it. Have we done it? No, we did it. Are we? All right, everybody. Now preparing the labeled, badly made paints. As you can see, they're pristine. The the ingredients list on the back of each of them. This is how I'm labeling them. Take a look. Yep. White tits right on screen. I roll red. Look at that vibrant red, everybody. How you doing, Sashi? Ultramarine blue. Burnt umber. For the basic mixing set. The big palette should be out by Wednesday. I'm doing fine. Congratulations, Sashi. Ooh la la. But I'm doing fine. So these could be yours. I could ship them tomorrow. Stoic, would you mind posting that in the Discord somewhere? Thank you. I'm curious. I might watch that tonight. You don't need to. What are you apologizing for? Sashi, question for you. I mean, he did it himself. He's calling it performance art. He's calling it performance art. He's just sitting there saying nothing. He's been doing it the whole day. I don't know. It's creeping me out. Rudy is a son of a bitch. Yeah, possibly. He ordered a lot of black unitards recently, too, and I have no clue why. He ordered like 10. Oh, God, no. You don't need to apologize for that. So, like, I trust you. If it was somebody new, or if I didn't know you, I would tell you to, like, ask. But, I know you're not going to be posting, like, random shit. I know, Sashi. It's super annoying. I just report to HR. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Odd. I should report Rudy to HR. Oh, is there any late game, like, to schedule one, or is it just about accumulating money kind of the same way for, like, 6 hours? Like, do they have any late game pressure? Do they have anything, or is it just like, oh, I can buy a better place now, and that's about it, and it's just about how much money you can earn at, like, overall? I want to do this. Yeah, but so currently there is nothing outside of just like earning money, right, in similar ways. I'm not judging it. I'm just curious. Like, I know that, like, resources are limited for a lot of these games. Yeah, but I'm saying currently it doesn't, correct? Okay. Oh, that brush is dry as all hell, huh? How did it dry? How did you dry on me? Gotcha. I think I'm gonna have to soak this one. Yeah, I mean, I probably will. I just like I watched it and I saw them. I saw somebody playing it from the start, and then I saw him progress a little bit yesterday, and I'm like, okay, so it seems like at this time point in the game, there's not a lot of tension or pressure outside of what's there from the start. And I like this is not me criticizing the game. This is just me like, okay, I should probably wait till there's a little bit more. Hi, just call me Trev. How you doing? Hi, Mud. Oh my god, I'm not. How many times do I have to talk about this? I am not a nerd. I'm Mr. Super Cool Guy, Esquire. Okay. Not a nerd. You don't have to say it so hurtfully. Okay. On the mount, Georgia, Georgia. Oh, hey, Mud. Is it Gabriel Trevor? The Potter? His stuff has been coming across my TikTok feed. Watching a bunch of it. He does like humongous pots and stuff like that. And I think you told me about him before. Does that name ring any bells? Yeah, older British guy. I think I watched him do like a 30-pound Voss in like 3 minutes. Yeah, he seemed like, and like I suspect, like, I don't know a lot about how difficult it is, but like all the comments are like, Jesus Christ, is that impressive? Just like across the board. That's it. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I should follow him on Instagram too. Yeah, his stuff was really cool too, but I loved like his decisiveness and like I admired his decisiveness, right? Like on what he was doing and how he was doing it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way. That's like the perfect way of putting it. Sweet sound. Georgia on my mind. Yeah. Probably too. Who is Gibby? Why don't I know this acronym? Who is this? Did you put in the paperwork from HR for your night off? Did you? Did you? Godspeed, you Black Emperor. Huh. I find that hard to believe. I'm gonna have to ask the managers, but you know, if you're going, you're going. But just know we might have it. We might have to have a meeting next week. Might need to have a meeting. I don't know, Stoic. Have fun. Have fun. Or else. But just know that you might be called into HR tomorrow. Have fun. Are you familiar with Jamboree? I'm not. You've seen them? What kind of music are they? Interesting. I know. We're fixing some stuff. We're fixing some stuff. Fix it faster. Oh my god. Jesus. That's what's causing it to look super fucked right now. Bunico. Who did he choose? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you have any concerns, please let me know. But if you have any complaints, if I hear a complaint, boy, will there be hell to pay for. Maddie, you don't get to say your concerns. You've been cut off. That's right. Goddamn right. But we don't allow complaints, Pickles. We don't allow them. You know why. Pickles. All right. Are you doing a good cop, bad cop thing? Is this a good cop, bad cop thing? kind of paint did you jump on that skull? Is it going to be stained forever now? No, it's acrylic. Acrylic comes off very easily with acetone. I've done it before to clean off. I've painted them before with acrylic. So it's really not an issue. Son of a bitch! Tommy. Howdy! That's how you come in? A murder and a howdy? What is this? Yeah, you're goddamn right I will, Fox Girl. Goddamn right. Because getting oil off is a lot more of a process. Lil Chick, thank you for the follow. Hi, Yoni. Well, I haven't streamed since last Wednesday, Yoni, because I've been making paint. It really is, Pickles. So you might not have missed any. How you doing, Lil Chick? Yes, we are painting here. That's what they call this. Best country. That's true. Valid point, Jamboree. Yeah. Rudy did. Georgia on my mind. Oh, you sack of shit. Oh, you think? My God, Yoni. Yoni, are we gonna have to fine you? Yoni, are we gonna have to send you to HR? Come on, Yoni. Suffer. You son of a bitch, Manny. Ooh. Oh, you missed. Yeah, that was on Wednesday. And you missed the finishing of the Ricardo, the Ricardo portrait. Okay, so you only missed one. And you only missed one. I've been making paint. Yoni, you can get your own badly made oil paints today. Oh, don't do that? I mean, at this point, we might have to send you to HR. We might have to. Pickles, should we send Yoni to HR? What do you think, Pickles?
Grab the children! Save the children!
They're saved. All right. Oh my God, Fox Girl. All right, fine. This one time, Yoni. This one time, we won't send you to HR. But watch it. Don't do this. Watch it, Yoni. Okay? HR is terrifying. I can't control what HR does. They operate separate from me. Thank you. I accept your praise. You're welcome. HR is very, very... What's the right word? They're like an eye for a penis. You take their eye, they take your balls. You could, like, bringing piss to a shit fight. That's their motto, eye for a penis. They're ruthless. It's not meant, yeah. So, Yoni, you take HR's eye, they take your penis. They really are? They really are? But Foxer, do you think you're going to be sticking with oils more? Or are you going to go back to acrylics? Are you going to make the right choice? No, no judgment. Wink. Oh, what the hell? Just a slight word of warning, though. There can be issues with doing oils over acrylics. That's the goal, Maddie. So, Voxgirl, this is actually, this is sincere. That's not like, there are risks with doing significant acrylic underpainting underneath oils. So, there is chance that the oil doesn't bind properly with acrylic. Okay. And, like things like the mediums you use in your acrylics can contribute to that. If the acrylics aren't like clean when you paint the oils over it, yeah, so point being is it will benefit you to do as little acrylic underpainting to lessen those risks associated with the issues with the bonding of the oil paint to the acrylic. Okay? It's obviously not a deal breaker or anything like that, but risk, but there is a risk. What about acrylic gesso? So acrylic gesso is a little bit different because it's not just, well, one, there's different types of acrylics, okay? But the porosity is different and the surface is different in gesso, which gives, I think, a more reliable bond. But however, there are questions in general with acrylic bonding to oil over time. Okay? As in, it's not completely fleshed out because acrylic is not that old. So like, what are we talking? Like acrylic's not like acrylic's basically 75 years old ish. So, as far as the information data we have, we're only limited to that time period for our archival aspects of it. Now you could do like accelerated aging tests on it, but like we do know that there are some like adhesion properties that get changed. Yes, you don't want a bunch of, you don't want to be painting on a bunch of thick coats of gesso. Thin coats of gesso, I believe the porosity and surface texture of it benefits adhesion, or benefits, you know, more so than in the context of paint. Okay, but what if I put it on a matte barrier layer that would function like gesso? What is it made out of, Fox Girl? What's the binder? Oh, that's not cheating, Todd. Todd, paint one of them. Just paint. You could. There are total uses for phthalo blue in that. I guarantee you, Todd. I guarantee. Oh, I thought you said, okay. Oh yeah, then you're, I mean, you have ultramarine blue though, right? Paint one, peel one. I understand, but Todd, work with what you have at the time. If you're painting realism, Todd, there is no green that you'll see in real life that you need the most saturated ultramarine blue and lemon yellow. That is for more of a extreme contrast point. But if you're painting in like a shadow box, or like just something on your counter, or like on, you know, on like a pedestal, you'll be fine, Todd. The biggest benefit you could do for yourself is just to paint and figure out what these challenges are for yourself. Well, here's the thing, Fox Girl, right? Here's where I get skeptical, right? Is you say you would think. Right? That is not, that doesn't mean you're, you know, out of risk, right? This actually reminds me, this is not me harping on you, but this reminds me of a work story that greatly affected how I think about things, okay? You all ready to see my mania? Why I do the things that I do? You all want to hear it? I don't have to tell it, but I'll tell it. Hi, Omizu. Bring the crazy. Ready? Okay. So, I worked for a medical device company. We made needles, primarily for biopsies. We also made catheters. Those were the big things we manufactured. Okay. And I was doing a project on specifically catheters. And my boss wanted me to figure out a way to do a manufacturing process. Okay. Yep, Rudy is back. And so I told him, now think about when you're testing something, right? You have to come up with an idea and then you have to commit to it, right? but sometimes they require extra resources or time and stuff like that. And I was asking, I'm like, well, I think, I would think this would work. And it would take me probably a week to do all this work for the full thing I was thinking of doing. It required a lot of effort to do. They are not out of net. And so then my boss said, well, how do you know? And I'm like, well, because this, like, I would say things that were assumptions, right? I would be saying things, well, I think this would work. I think this and this and this. And then he just repeated, he's like, how do you know? And this repeated about 3 or 4 more times until he kept on saying, he's like, well, so then it got to the point, well, how would I know that this would work for sure? No, I worked for, he was probably one of the smarter guys I've ever worked with, my engineering manager at my first place. And basically he's like, what the point is you have to verify that things will work. And how do you break it down into the simplest form? So I had to do an engineering study on the specific assumptions I was making to do the next thing, to understand what the next point I was going to do. Okay, so that required smaller engineering studies, and these were official FDA studies that I had to do. And so I had to test, run, so I did prepare samples, run tests, document it, make a conclusion based upon my data, right, that this would work or not, right? So, not once again, not to rag on you, Fox Girl, but this is the point is there are no safe assumptions on pretty much anything you can make with regards to how materials interact, unless you've seen evidence or you have a reliable source of information, right, that tells you that it will. And this is why I operate the way that I do, right? I used, and don't get me wrong, I used to say things that were wrong because I listened to sources that turned out to be not reliable. I used to think cadmiums were toxic by ingestion. I thought that. I thought phthalos too. I thought cobalts were the same. I for a period of time. Well, I then read research studies. I read basically essays or scientific essays based on the history and the studies that have been performed on these topics. And then you learn that, it's different than what the information gets spread on. But that verification is hugely important. But when you are committing to a process for what you want to achieve. That makes sense to everybody? Well, there are different types of... Shut up, Jamboree! There are different types of catheters. There are not just the penis and vagina catheters. There are other catheters for drainage. So there were catheters that you could actually place directly inside of your bladder through an incision. There are a bunch. Catheters are just basically a method of draining something, right? But there are, so it's more of a generic medical term than just a penis tube or a vagina tube. I don't think there are ones that go through the butt. Of course, Fox Girl, and I have read that oils over acrylics are not a problem, but I've also heard that there are some conditions to that the proper binding of oils over acrylics. Right? So yes, we know that they're fairly stable. Now, do we know that and the question is, how long do you intend for your paintings to possibly last for, right? Do you want them to last as long as possible? Do you just care for essentially your lifetime? These are decisions that I think are worth thinking about. If you're thinking about your lifetime, then you're probably fine in most cases with anything acrylic under oils. However, I literally just watched something on this very topic, hence why I'm bringing it up. Yeah, I think that is perfectly valid, Fox Girl. But I literally have watched something that like delamination can occur under specific like bonding issues between the oil and the acrylics. Now, I have to look at it again to know what what specific conditions they were. One of them I do recall them mentioning was if there's debris or if there are I'll say improper binding of the acrylic to the underlayer can also can cause delamination with oils, right? So I think it could warrant now delamination so zinc oxide, if you were to use zinc white purely, and if I was just using zinc white here, I could probably you could cause a painting to crack in probably 2 to 3 years. Right? There are things that could operate. Now delamination, I don't have a specific timeline on delamination with regards to oil over acrylic. Right? If you were to paint acrylic over oils, well, that delamination would probably happen in a matter of months, for example. Ahem. Anyways, end of rant. End of rant. I will answer any questions that people have on such subject. But it was a very, I'll say, that specific moment was a very kind of light bulb turning on in my head on like, okay, what does a technical understanding of something mean? Probably not, Amizu. Probably not. Amizu, did you see your oil paints have shipped? Gotcha. Well, if you, I sent you a DM. So I did it through Fourth Wall, and I sent you a DM on Discord with your tracking number. I did both.
Nice.
Hi, Art by Suz. Welcome in. Nice. Perfect. Welcome in, Art. Welcome in, Suz. I'm going to call you Suz. How are you today? If you have any questions, please let me know. But I better not hear any complaints. I'm doing well. No complaints, Suz, alright? No complaints. Okay? None. Yeah, I hope you like them, Omizu. Please let me know how you like them. They are going to be strong as all hell. Alright, alright. Alright, Suz. Well, if you have any questions about oils, I'm happy to help any way I can. I know. They shouldn't. Mud! Don't scare away new viewers. Come on, Mud. Jeez. Just wait, Mud. Just wait till the you Goodwill hunting somebody, and wait till how excited you'll be. All right. You know that Goodwill hunting is coming. Oh my God. Mud, the Goodwill hunting will be worth it. Just wait till you're at like a house party and there's some a-hole with a beret who's talking about how they're an oil painter, and then you realize that they know nothing. And then you get to Goodwill hunting them. I'll show you where I got it, Suz. That's where I got this reference picture. Exactly, Mud. Yeah, the thing you constantly go to. Yep, Suz, I paint from life a lot. Suz, if you want that the photograph, join the Discord and shoot a message, and I'll post it somewhere. If you'd like to use it in the future. The salon scene. Exactly, Jamboree. Well, Suz, you're also in luck because I make and sell professional watercolors. So if you want the best watercolors in the world, there's a FOURTHWALL link. Thank you, Jam. Some say they are too good. Some say it's like being, like using God's watercolors and they fear for their life. That's how good they are. Some say, I mean, I know. That's all true. They are professional grade watercolors, and you won't find a better price. Like, no BS. Maddie, your check is in the mail. Maddie, your check's in the mail. That's exactly right, Jamboree. Exactly right. Basically, Michael Harding and Daniel Smith, when they saw my watercolors being used, they had to step outside and cry because they knew that they could never make watercolors better than mine. It was their Eric Clapton, Jimi Hendrix moment. If anyone knows that obscure reference, they had a Eric Clapton, Jimi Hendrix. "14 inches. 14 inches, Suz." Extra. Exactly. Basically 14 inches of a beer can. That would happen with the Clapton heard Hendrix. Yeah, so that is the story, Jamboree. Have fun, Suz. So the story is the first time. So back in the day, Clapton and Hendrix would like go around to clubs and just play for the night. Like they could just go to places, and their reputation at the time, they could basically just say, "Hey, I'm gonna play here tonight," and the places would let them. So apparently Hendrix went to a club where Hendrix was already there, or something like that, and he listened to Hendrix play, and apparently, I believe these are his words, that he went outside and cried because he knew he would never be anywhere close to being as good. Hendrix's own words. Now, Hendrix is a bit of a shithead now. Not Hendrix. Clapton is a bit of a shithead. Really hurt because I really enjoyed Clapton's music. But yeah, that's the story. Oh yeah. I used to really like. I love the Derek and the Dominoes album. I've listened to that album a ton. I was okay with Cream. Blind Faith's 6-song album was fine. But yeah, I love Derek and the Dominoes a lot. So yeah, learning that he turned out to be like a racist shithead is unfortunate. And anti-vax and shit like that. It's probably going to be too bright. So let's tame it down. All right, everybody. I heard a good trivia question, and I think I'm going to make this an oiliest of oily point question for today. Is everybody ready for an oiliest of oily point questions? Or question? Are people ready for this? You got Jamboree. Let's just make sure that there's other people. Anyone else? Oiliest of oily point question? All right, good. Pickles. Maddie, are you here? Mud? Shasta? Sashi? Todd, good. Jan, this is for an oiliest of oily point question, everybody. This is big time. All right. The question is, what movie starred Gary Oldman playing a little person whose brother was Matthew, regular sized, or I'll say average sized Matthew McConaughey? What's the name of the movie where Gary Oldman plays a little person whose brother is Matthew McConaughey, and Peter Dinklage is also in the film? It is not Elf. Nope. It's a preposterous film, everybody. The film is insane. No guesses here? I mean, you all can guess. It's more insane than that film, because this film wasn't really mainstream. Four Deaths in a Funeral? Nope. Nope. Gary Oldman, literally, I believe, like, doing a thing on his, like acting from his knees, playing a little person. I also think they did something with his arms. You've got me on my knees. I implore everybody to look at once you know the name of it, to look up some stills from this film, because it is just, I don't know who thought this was a good idea. You don't like Gary Oldman? Is he? I have not heard that. Hi, Heavy Metal Official. Welcome in. Welcome in. You've just made the worst mistake of your music playing or cartooning career. I don't know what heavy metal you're... Are you referring to the cartoon with a name? Yeah, okay. All right, good. Good, because you are stuck here forever now, heavy metal. Glad to have you, but you've done fucked up. Heavy metal, we're doing a trivia question right now for an oiliest of oily point, which can get you something. All right? The question is... No Googling. Thank you. Yeah, no Googling. The question is, what film starred Gary Oldman playing a little person whose brother is Matthew McConaughey? Just don't answer. Don't bring it up when you're done. When you've done it, Todd. The film is nuts, heavy metal. Honestly, heavy metal, that film is more crazy than the heavy metal animated film. Because that heavy metal was awesome. Fifth Element? No. Gary Oldman wasn't a little person in that. Matthew McConaughey, how dare you? We'll give it like 30 more seconds. Give it 30 more seconds. How dare you? You come into this stream, we give up. You besmirch the Fifth Element. He was not in the Fifth Element. Me and Gary. Gary and me. Good. All right, about 15 more seconds, everybody, or else you're all going to lose this opportunity. One of the rare oiliest of oily point opportunities, everybody. It is a great film. True Detective. It's not True Detective season 3. This was a movie. That is true. All right, the answer is Are you all ready? Are you all sitting down? Is everybody sitting down? The answer could hold. It might be it is and will be revealed after a message from our sponsors. Not Mamma Mia, not Footlooser or Footloose. No. Eric Clapton was a famous guitarist. Wow. Back in the 60s. Oh, thank you, Mud. Jesus Christ, 24 months? Jesus. Mud, I'm sensing some hostility there. Sensing some hostility. God, we're almost at 2 years? Wait, why does it phrase it like that? Resubscribe for 24 months. They've been subscribed for 21 months. Did you prepay? Wait, you did prepay, right? When it was cheap? Yeah. I read it now. Gotcha. Smart move. Yeah. All right, the answer is, everybody, to the movie that Gary Oldman plays a little person, is Tiptoes. Tiptoes, everybody. Tiptoes. Can we test the co-stream feature with your stream? We were setting up your... Moon Mira, thank you for the follow. Nope, that's the actual name of the film. Heavy Metal, I'm open to doing that in the future. But not at this exact moment because I don't have access to a keyboard where I sit. Hi, Moon Mira. But I'd be open to doing it on my next stream for testing if you need that help. True, Bionic Red. True. How are you, Moon Mira? Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. Yeah, shoot me a whisper, whatever you need. I'm happy to help you out. But just not when I'm not kind of set up for it, just in case of, random shit. Yeah, if you use Discord, join the Discord. You can message me then. On Discord. Thank you, Moon. Okay. Alright, we gotta start getting some of this color on there. Yeah, that is probably, if you're looking for non-digital stuff, heavy metal, the traditional art tag is a very good, most reliable tag you could use. It's too much. Too much juice. Hey. That. I need to go darker on that. I think I do. You're welcome, heavy metal. Of course. Yeah, I'll take a look at it after stream, and we'll try and figure out so you can test that. Or else. Or else. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I try. Goodbye and I choke. Ooh. You don't remember that song? That song was a big hit. Okay. Okay. Somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Somebody woke up on the son of a bitch side of the of the bed today. Oh, I'm trying to hide it. It's clear. Nope, couldn't be me. Impossible. Goodbye and ooh, trying to walk away. Dumbo. Oh, I try to hide it. Did you like it a lot better, Maddie? Or did that fix your issues? I would expect that to fix the majority of the issues, especially once you get used to them. Because, like, Maddie, when I first started off when I was painting with solvents, I thought bristles were stupid and, like, I couldn't use them. And it's just purely because of solvent. Once you get rid of solvent, you basically, especially all Prima. Now you could do you could do thinner techniques with you know, with Taclons and like non-solvent base, but it's it makes a world of difference. In these use cases. Show. Yeah. Well, so basically the point is, Maddie, it allows you to move around paint a lot easier, right? That's why you. Okay, that one dried out too. Yep. Well, because that's why. So why do we use Brussels? Why do we use bristles? So we could physically move around the paint, right? That's why you do it. You need it to match up with the body of the oil paints, right? But so that's why it doesn't work with solvents, because solvents basically turn shit to water. So when you use bristles with solvent, you're basically just picking up everything that's on the canvas that was laid down with solvents, and it just like doesn't really work. Have a good dinner, Pickles. Saunter. Okay, for I should have fucking beans and toast. I'm gonna wait till I can play ads again, Mud. Thanks, Silver. Have fun in the woods. Into the woods, into the woods. Dooby-doo-bop-ba. Because I don't think Rudy is capable of dating anybody because he's a son of a bitch. And honestly, if who could date a clown? That would just be awesome and creepy. If he could land a clown, maybe a massacre at clown camp instead. See, I would believe that more. Maybe he gave a blowy to a clown. Well, somebody did throw out bukkake, so it could have been a clown bukkake situation. Even the news today. Maybe he works a circus. Circus circuit? True. I mean, Rudy could be a carny. All right. Hypothetical here. Would you rather your child be a carny or a magician? And I'm not saying good ones either. I'm just saying, like, what would you be more disappointed? There's bukkake ramen, true. Yeah, that's just associated with pornos now, Sashi. Whippoorwill? I don't know what that is, Silver. Magician? You'd be more disappointed by magician or more disappointed by clown? Or carny. I meant carny. Carny. It's a night bird? Oh, cool. You would be more disappointed in a carny. See, that's what I'm more on the magician side, Mud. Hi, Martin. Thank you so much. For sale now, Martin. Ships worldwide. Worldwide. It will take a little bit of time, though, to ship. Yeah, see, right? Magician is different. Magician hits different. Wait, what is that from again, Jamboree? Is that from What We Do in the Shadows? Where have I heard that before? I get that, like, I'd say the skill set you could learn as a magician could be beneficial, but there's no guarantee that they're good. This is your child saying, I'm aspiring to be a magician or a carny. Yeah, exactly, right? So you could end up with a gob. Job. So I'd say like a carny has a higher floor, but a lower ceiling. Right? A carny's still just a basic job where it's like there's no basic jobs for a magician outside of like individual shows, right? Well, that's the thing, all right? So like your kid, Sashi. I want to be a magician. I mean, I would still support them. This is not a thing on like support. This is just like you would still feel something though about like Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Well, and like the amount of successful ones, right, Mud, are so low, right? The percentage of like successful comedians, uh, right, like yep. So you have to be like exceptional, or you have to be like, I'd say, cutthroat in the bad way. To like really do anything. But here I am trying to be an artist. They have paint. Do you believe it? All right, I think it's time for a break, everybody. You sit here and watch this dry. Okay? Watch this oxidize and polymerize. Now, while I go... Oh my god. Trez. I actually like how this is turning out. Oh, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Fair enough. I've seen some very sad musicians. Magicians. Thank you, Oxford. I genuinely think there are carnies that love that lifestyle. I think, well, Sashi, I think because there's so much more of them that you see the rawness of the competition, right? Because, like, in that field, they're like, improv is like, a lot of people are like competing against other people while they're doing improv, right? So I think it's like it's a weirder vibe with those groups of people. All right, everybody, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to run ads. Exactly. See, I think magicians don't hang around other magicians, or they don't do their acts together, so you don't see that side, but I think they are just as competitive. Shut up, Maddie. Don't break anything. All right, running ads. We'll see you in 5. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. Hi, Burger. Hi, TDS. Welcome back, everybody. Hi, y'all. Do you believe in? Well, 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 well. Two are the okay. Thank you, Sashi. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm liking how this one's turning out. I think I'm hitting some good realism here. Bye, Sashi. Bye, y'all. Do you believe in? Maybe I should start laying down some of that. Let's get these colors first. does all that red come from? Haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm gonna eat dinner after this. But I have leftover food from my draft party. I am. Yeah, I still got some Italian beef left. I'm gonna make a pizza tomorrow because I still have ingredients to make more pizza. I might put Italian beef on said pizza. Because I can do that. I could do that. Yeah, you see it in Chicago sometimes where places put Italian beef on pizza and it's... Yep. Well, yeah, you put the hot... Giardiniera on pizza is actually a pretty regular thing. But yeah, so I got some peppers left over that I'm going to put on there. But the draft was really fun. I know everybody here was watching the NFL draft. Some pretty gnarly things happened. Yep, I know, Mud. I know you were watching. Sports ball, yeah. No, there was does anyone want to hear the drama? This is not, you don't need to know anything about sports. What made it so interesting this year? Do people want to learn about it, or does no one really give a shit? It is drama. So if you like hot goss. All right, so the good point, bud. Good point. So, usually quarterbacks, which are one of the most important positions in all sports, go super early. So the consensus top two was a guy named Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders. Now, Sanders is the son of an NFL Hall of Famer. He's the son of a Hall of Famer who Deion Sanders. Jesus Christ, Lizzie. This is the first time I've said anything today, Lizzie. No, Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders. Who's largely considered one of the best football players of all time. Okay? He's the head coach of Colorado's football team, blah, blah, blah. So his son was the consensus number 2 quarterback. Okay? But this is not considered like a strong quarterback year. So like people weren't like, you know, they don't view him super highly, but he was a consensus guy to go pretty early. And a lot of people had him going even as high as a second pick in the NFL draft. But then basically nobody took him, and he wasn't picked until the 5th round. The 5th round of the draft, which was like 140, I think he was pick 144 or something like that. And nobody has, like, fan-wise, nobody knows why he could have fallen that far. So there's a lot of speculation on that. There's a lot of people arguing about like how that could happen. But it was like it's one of the oddest things we've seen where like even like the consensus people were so wrong about a player going in the draft. Like position-wise. It just doesn't happen. And so that was the hot drama of the NFL draft. All right, not bad, Lizzie. You're getting there. Well, so what's even more cruel about this is that, like, you know, he's on TV the entire time because people were expecting him to go, so he has to like deal with these like questions, and like people are speculating about your future live, and like, you know, because they're analyzing it in real time, so it's kind of this like really painful thing, especially for the person it's happening. It is kind of dystopian how these guys talk about like essentially children, right? Like some of these guys are like 20, 21, and they're like talking about them like it's literally like they're like racehorses. You know what I mean? It's like there's a very dystopian thing to the nature of like drafting people like this and talking about them just on their like physical abilities or like, you know, shit like that. And it is, I don't get me wrong, that's not lost on me. Yeah, exactly. And that's like what's so absurd about it, but like, you know, that's part of it. Yeah. Well, like genealogy. Well, so in the pros, it's weird because like sometimes it occurs, and sometimes like, you know, sometimes the kids are just terrible. But yeah, like they do talk about genealogy quite a bit, like racehorses with siring and stuff. Oh yeah, it's just, I think it's just more blatant, right, in sports than it is um in other areas where it's like in sports we're used to hearing the quiet part out loud constantly. But it's been getting a little bit better, but because it's more numbers based now than like it has been. So what I mean by that is it's since it's more statistical, they're not like it's not as creepy as it used to be. That makes sense. But it's colder. It's a lot colder of like an institution. It's funny too in horse racing, siring is not even that good of a predictor. It really isn't for horse racing. But it's like the only info they have to go by. Yeah. Well, and so Mud, I have like as you have knowledge of it too. I have some knowledge of like the horse racing industry, and it is probably one of the single most like fucked up, blatantly corrupt industries that exists. That like has major money in it. That is like pretending to be regulated essentially. The amount of drug use in horse racing is insane. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, but even the premier trainer Bob Baffert, he got busted for it and he got banned from Churchill Downs for a few years. Um, Recently, but like apparently it's like an open secret for a lot of those guys. But they usually do it. Basically, they take them off drugs and they'll try and hide it on the day of for like stimulants and shit. So like apparently there's like medications that like can hide essentially amphetamines or like stimulants. I don't know if it's amphetamines, but stimulants. So then they start testing them for that shit, and they test positive for that. It could, but there are some medical uses for it. So it's like it gives people a reason to like appeal the decision. Really fucked. Thank you, Schmuckle. Appreciate it, bud. Thank you, Zach. I don't know. A lot of people in chat have been saying how terrible this one is. I mean, I was ready to throw it away. I was ready to burn it, cast it into the fire, while yelling at Sildur. Set it ablaze, yeah. I mean, I have my lighter right here. I don't even know why I have a lighter over here. But I have a lighter right here ready to just burn it. Yeah, do you think I should just burn it, Zach? You think I should just burn this one? Probably should, right? Finish it. Okay. You know best. I mean, we can see how it burns, right? Yeah, no, that's probably the right way to go about it. Newton skull? Yes. Big chunk of paint. Hi, Jack. How you doing, bud? I'm doing all right. Yeah, Jack. I had no clue that you were into GTA RP. I'm considering getting into it. I watch it all the time because I enjoy it. Kind of good background stuff. Yeah. But yeah, you were into it pretty early, at least. Like it seems there was a big boom with it during COVID, specifically. Yeah. Did you ever play on any of the big servers? Like No Pixel or anything like that?
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, what's up, King? How you doing, bud? What's up, jerks? Oh, cool. Heather Ind. Welcome in. You have any questions, please let me know. If you have any concerns, please let me know. But boy, if you have any complaints, don't even try it, Heather. Don't even try it. Gotcha, gotcha. Not yet, King, but they the badly made paints are, well, they no I mean they are all badly made paints. I do make my own paint. But the basic mixing set is for sale now, King. The basic mixing palette is for sale. The bigger palette will be available on Wednesday. Good. It's the big benefit. It's why everybody orders my paints. Every. A bit much. Fuck was I thinking? Thank you, King. Yeah, I've been putting it to work. A lot of work, too. But, making it happen. So thank you. I appreciate it. KitchenAids. I mean, it does help a lot. The amount of work it takes to mix paint by hand like that I did it for a few batches, and it took hours to do a large batch. With the amount of oil that you want to use. Oh my god! Jen Newtatten! Newtatten! Holy shit! Newtatten! Give us those links, Newtatten! Oh my god! Thank you, Jen Newtatten. I try. Welcome in. Give us those links or else. Or else. How you doing, Line Break? Mm-hmm. Well, you're gonna have to find one. You're gonna have to find one, Jen Newton, or we're gonna have a real problem. Outer Wilds. New Tatton. Ooh, fuck. Shit. Cox! The hell? Lizzie. Lizzie, you goddamn son of a bitch. I've heard of it. I can't think of it at the moment. Nene Lizzie. Ooh, ah. So, Jen, New Tatton, do you really have nothing? Oh. The fuck is Kirby Jenner? Oh wait, Kirby Jenner is that photo guy, right? The guy who does the really good edits of him with like the Kardashians. Yeah, that's a funny one. Hmm. Question is, do I trust you, Newton? Do I trust this and let this fly? Thank you, Amizu. We are watching you, New Tatton. Okay. New Tatton, you're very suspicious. But you win this round. Maddie, get one of your goons on the case. Get one of your goons on the case, Maddie. Maddie, these aren't threats. These are promises. These are promises. Sea bread. I didn't see anything, King. My glare is kind of annoying. AJ Brooks, thank you for the follow. Ah. Well, welcome in. What a power move. What a power move by AJ. What a power move. The follow lurk, yeah. Well done. I don't know how to respond to that. I appreciate it. They're with the perverts now. To the pervert pit, yeah. Maybe that's why maybe that's why the only reason they're here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Almost done, everybody. Almost done. Thank you, bud. Don't big me. Shanima1, thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. Are they going to do the power move? Could we possibly see 2 back-to-back? It's an area I missed, I guess. It would be great if that was just suddenly became a thing in my... Or I just get power moved constantly. Nobody wants to talk. Alright. I think we're... Oh, fucking... Shoulder. Don't move like that. Okay. I think we're about done. Or am I? Alright, now we are done. Fuck it. We're done. Those two are dry. I'll have to fix those later. We are done. Brushes are going away. Well, Zach, I think you were completely wrong on this one. I think I'm just going to burn this one. Hi, Angie. I think we're just going to burn this one. Yeah. Zach, what is this? Should we burn this and just, you know, never let it see the light of day? My vote's yes. Thank you, Fox Girl. Hi, Angie. I don't know, Angie. I don't know. I don't know. Zach, if I was going to do that, I might as well just burn it, right? Because that's what you're going to do. Well, yeah, so, like, I mean, I think I'd rather burn it to make sure it gets burned. Right? I need to make sure it gets burned, that you don't blackmail me. That's your criteria, King? See, that's the thing. I don't trust you, Zach. I don't trust you. Nor should you. You see? All right. So you're telling me you wouldn't burn it, or I shouldn't trust the fact that you'd burn it. Fine. I'll just put it up for sale. Fine. I'll just put it up for sale. Fine. That'd be tough to do, and plus I don't want to ruin a skull for a painting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Well, I mean, this is different than splatter, right? Obviously. Just like I'm gonna do if I do a painting of a Pollock, right? A lot different. Because I got that painting to set up too, the duct tape banana painting. I have to set up that scene. All right. All right. It's that time, everybody. Where it's time to say goodbye. But first, time to wipe that D. Time to wipe that filthy D. D-Wipe sponsor me, please. For Christ's sake. Well, I'm demonstrating how we're supposed to use them, right? So you grab a wipe and then you wipe the D. Oh my god, like this. Oh, this is filthy. Oh god. I'm sure this is what they intended. Oh my lord. I hate this. I hate all of you for watching this. Why are you watching this? Oh lord. Jeez. I can't believe I'm doing this live and uncensored. Okay. Alright. D has been wiped, everybody. But let's put out the real stars, alright? Don't forget to get your badly made paints today. Titanium white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon. Shit. Pyrrole red. Yeah, I'll do it. Pyrrole red. Ultramarine blue, the basic mixing palette, everybody. The basic mixing palette. Available now. For the low, low price of, I think, $76. $76 plus shipping. 76 or 77 on the fourth wall. Etsy has a much higher price. Don't buy off the Etsy if you're watching this. Buy off of here. Or off of fourth wall. Yep, I'll remember. Look at these professional paints, everybody. A logo and everything. And the contents on the back. The contents on the back. I mean, you can buy off Etsy if you want to pay an extra, like, $30. Thanks, Jack. Hey, don't eat the paint. It's on the tube. Don't eat the paint or else. On the back of the tube. Don't do it. I assure you it doesn't. It tastes like farts. Literally, the ultramarine blue smells like farts. The pigment does, at least. It smells like sulfur and desperation. No, you're a liar, Maddie. But get your paints today. They are flying off the shelves. Exactly, Jack. Exactly. All right, let's find somebody to raid. What the fuck's going on here? What did I do? You could see my mouse, but I don't know how to unclick this. Oh, no. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Okay. How did I do that? All right. Let's see. Rubel's playing a game. Pinion is on. Princess PJs. Poison Jackal. We should probably raid Poison. Alright, everybody. We're going to raid Poison Jackal. They're working on watercolors. Seems fun with Joodles Noodles. We're going to raid them. Anywho. Alright, everybody. Thank you so much. I don't know when the next stream is. I really don't. I'm making... I gotta make a batch of lead white, and then the big set's for sale on Wednesday, everybody. Thanks for hanging out, Fox Hero. Thanks for everybody being here. Shasta, Maddie, Zach, Jack, Mud, Pickles. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Yeah, just keep on the Discord. I apologize for not streaming a lot, but I've been working like 10 to 12 hours a day on these paints. So, and I want to get it done. So, yeah. Anywho, if anybody needs anything, message me on Discord. Yeah. Like I would say though, there's a chance I stream on Thursday. If not Thursday, probably Friday. Shut up, Jamboree. Bye, Amy. I'm not a taint. That's a bitch. All right, everybody. All right, we'll see everybody soon. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll talk to you soon. Yeah, we'll do, Maddie. I'll announce in Discord.